Release Mode. Effective January 1st, 1978. All parts and industrial electromechanics operations will cease. Please contact your assigned account representative for account transfers or contract settlements. Thank you for holding your call very The first available KID representative will be with you shortly. Please hold. Effective February 1st, 1978, all clocks and industrial electromechanics operations will cease. Please contact your assigned account representative for account transfers or contract settlements.
I had 2 stages of mic muting that time. Hello, internet people. How's everyone doing? Doing good? I hope so. So, today... Okay, well, first off, I want to apologize for... Really? Right now? I'm being bibbled right now? What's so damn important? Notifications for things that I don't really need to know about right now. So, we were gonna stream on Wednesday. However, there was something wrong with, Ingress. And so, every time I tried to stream, I was getting horrible a horrible bitrate. And I was getting about 30% packet loss to Twitch, but all the other tests I did were fine. So it was just a bad Twitch day, I think. And it did not get better, so we had to postpone to tomorrow. But during testing yesterday, when it finally got to a point where it was okay, it was too late in the evening. So today seems to be running just fine, so we're going to continue as we were. We're going to continue now. And unfortunately, we're not going to be able to do much for Saturday or Sunday because life things are going on. And so my regular scheduled days there are not going to work out. So unfortunately, today is going to be basically the only stream we're getting this week. I'm going to make efforts to try and stream more during the week next week if I can, to kind of just even it out. But today's pretty interesting because I had about 3 things all come together at once. The first one was that a fella's made designed some flash cartridges for the N64 for, development kits. Or not development kits, but for, software development or, a general purpose flash cart to, say, protect the cartridges you have. And, they're very affordable to make. But the problem is you can only order the circuit boards in multiples of 5 from PCB manufacturers unless you want to pay an arm and a leg, or you tell some lies to get engineering samples. So I made 4. I didn't make the 5th because I kind of wanted to keep that Pi Pico for something else. So I wanted to test those, and at the same time, a PlayStation 2 from Saskatoon came in, which we need to test, and maybe we can do a soft mod on it. And at the same time as that, a tape drive emulator came in. It's based on an Arduino, but it basically lets you manage tape files, or dumps of data tapes that were stored on audio cassettes that the Commodore 64 used to use. So we need to do testing on that too. So I managed to dust off the Commodore 64, and that's sitting on the bench. Same with the N64, and same with the PS2. So let's see what does and does not happen tonight. If things go really wrong, maybe we'll just fall back to a game, or... yeah, we'll see. It's kind of just winging it, I guess. Alright, so let's switch on over to our standard retro capture. There we go. Okay. Let's get some background music going. 'Cause there's gonna be a lot of silence today, and a lot of muttering. This is a little more technical, and unfortunately I don't have a good camera feed. Yeah, I don't have a good camera feed to the workbench, and lighting's very poor, so it wouldn't really be worth it anyway. Actually, speaking of lighting, I gotta adjust some in here. That's better. Okay. So, the first thing I want to test, I think, is the PlayStation 2. Because this is supposed to be the one in the best condition. So let's just stop beating around the bush. Actually, I gotta double check something here. Okay, so the Blackmagic is off. We're getting a video feed through the Flint capture device, which is the kludgy stack of video switching and capturing hardware I have. Does a better job capturing video signals than the Blackmagic does. I can feed this thing some of the weirdest shit, and it just latches onto it and displays it no problem. And converts it to no problem, I mean to say. Right. So, we'll just, gonna be scary to do blind, but, oh. I did not hook up the PlayStation's video. I better do that right now. Where did that video cable go? I thought I hooked... Oh, I hooked it up to the video switch now that I have it. But I hadn't hooked it up to the console itself. Now to find it. That's Dreamcast. Did I Dreamcast it? Yeah. Yeah, that's Dreamcast. Where's the PlayStation one I had? That's the N64. Ah, there it is. It has a huge ferrite choke on the end. Alright. Moment of truth in 3, 2, 1. Hot. Well, it's got blinking lights. Now let's cycle through the video switch here. Oh, the power supply on the back. Okay. So the toggle switch on the power supply in the back doesn't start it up like an old PC. I've never owned a PlayStation, so I don't know any better. I thought the toggle switch on the back started it up like an old PC, but no. That just energizes the power supply. You have to hit a power button on the face. Okay. Nothing there. Is it on input 5? No. No, wait, it says something's been latched. There's a signal's latched here. Oh, right. Nothing there. How about input 6? Actually, no, we shouldn't be on input 6. But I'm going to try 7 and 8 anyway. 7. Oh, there it is. I have it on input 7? Really? Huh. Okay, whatever. Seems to be fired up okay. This almost came with, like, a full kit and caboodle for, like, $100 Canadian, which isn't bad. Tells me this fellow's been trying to dump this hardware for a while. Alright, so what am I looking at? Let's go with system configuration. What do we have in here? I think it's January 1st, 2000. So there's a dead battery in there I need to work on. Alright, so let's go back. Actually, no, I need to see some other stuff in here, don't I? Screen size 4x3. Let's do full, the hell with it. Yeah, we'll do full. It's being converted to 16 by 9 anyway. I don't have optical capture. Wait a goddamn minute. This has native RGB? I don't know, whatever. It seems to be fine. You know what? Let's change this. Year, month. Is this month? No, this is... Yeah, month. Year, month, day. It is... $19... And let's check the actual clock. Wait for it. I don't know why I'm doing this. It's probably gonna lose the time. But you bet your bippy I'm gonna do it anyway. Come on. Come on, any minute now. This is this computer is NTP sync, so this is like the most reliable source of time I've got. As soon as that hits 30, we're done. Come on. Come on. God, I wish the clock program, sorry, the clock in the taskbar had seconds. That would really help me right now. There it is. Okay. And there we go. So that's... I mean, on first blush, this seems okay. It didn't really come with any games. Now, interestingly, this came with a network adapter on the back, and after popping this open like an hour ago, the network adapter also has an IDE controller in it. So it's supposed to take a hard drive. And after doing a little bit of investigation myself and what others have told me on previous streams, the hard drive is supposed to be for like holding patches for games, but wasn't really used. But you can apparently get this machine to run as a standalone computer and to run backups of games without actually keeping a disk in the drive. And you just need to do a little bit of hard disk imaging and a USB stick and a memory card. So I have some of the stuff laid out here. I don't have all of it though, because I unfortunately just didn't have time to get it all sorted out beforehand. But I'd very much like to get, what am I trying to say here? I'm just gonna get a USB stick, and we'll see if maybe we can do a soft mod in real time. Let's find out. I knew I kept these for a reason. You know, you can get, like, there are USB sticks specifically used in Enterprise, and they cost like $150 a piece, and they only hold like 2 gigabytes. But Jesus Christ, these things are fucking durable. Like, what it is the whole USB stick is encased in metal. Like, the metal end to plug into a USB port is the shell for the, like, for the board inside, kind of like the Samsung consumer ones. But then they encase it in some really hard rubber with like a plastic shell. And it's commercial grade ICs instead of consumer grade ICs, which helps a lot with like resiliency and whatnot. Anyway, now I'm just trying to ramble and buy time. So let's see what the instructions are for soft modding, I think is what they call it. Let's see. So according to this, actually, let's see what this fella has to say. Okay, so I'm following a fella's set of instructions. And what this is almost like... It's almost like chain loading. Except you're doing all of the chain. So basically what you're doing is... You're first installing a tool called HDBoot. Then you're going and fetching another product called NICBoot. So you put HDBoot in first, and then when it boots, you can then install something else over top, and that something else over top is what basically makes the console a standalone appliance rather than something that like relies on discs. Also, this apparently makes a nice DVD player. And if I really, really wanted, I could have a Linux PC out of this. I don't know if I want to do that, but I could. Actually, that would be neat to do. I want to see if I can get, like, a website to run off a PS2. Or maybe a Minecraft server off a PS2. That'd be a neat thing to try. Anywho, copy that. Now, this guy really... Now, this guy uses Windows, so I have a Windows VM running as well. So I'm just going to... gonna switch over there. I kind of wish I did a simultaneous video capture, but like a capture of both the console and some of my windows on my desktop here, but I can't be asked right now. I'm sorry. All right. Did we get both? No, we didn't. So let's fetch the second one. There we go. That's both of those. So let's see what the fella's instructions are here. He says... That is very loud. Alright. So let's do the flash drive first, because I think the guy's going to give instructions on that. I have a feeling that... Alright, let's see. Now, I did skim a little bit of this beforehand. But again, not a lot, because life be crazy these past 2 weeks. And it looks like you first do a disk image to a hard drive, and then you plunk the hard drive into the IDE connection on that network module, and then you can boot off the hard drive. Then you use the USB stick, I think. Let's see what this guy has to say. Okay, so we're gonna take the USB drive. we're gonna format the E drive. Actually, I gotta double check here. I was previously using this for something really weird, so it might have it might have multiple small partitions on it, which won't be very useful here. So let me update the partition table first. Or rather, nuke the partition table first. It needs a few bytes. Okay, so it has no partition table at all. Or does it? Partition. Device. Oh no, it has a partition table, but no partitions. So if this is a PS2, and it has an IDE controller, UEFI didn't exist yet. So we're going to set the partition table type to master boot record, because that's what was around at that time. And I don't know any better. So that's exactly what we're going to do. Okay. So now it's ready. Device, USB, just through the USB device to the VM. And now it doesn't know what to do with it because there is no file system on it. Actually, there's no partitions. We're going to format to FAT, not exFAT. The instruction said not exFAT, and I'm going to do a quick format, and I'm not going to label it because he did not specify that. Let's double check. Okay. Now we're gonna go here and do new folder. Not rename. All right. And extract. Okay. So, maybe I should do a little mini capture. Oh well, if this is going the way I think it is, it's not going to happen for very long. Extract here. Okay. What did the guy say? So he has to format the stick. Okay. Okay, you just... What the hell? Why is it not... Why is this USB stick being difficult now? Format. The FAT. Oh, it just straight up has no idea what to do with it. Okay, fine. I guess I'll go format it FAT32 on the Linux side. Unless the stick died, which is unheard of for an enterprise class USB stick. That's very strange. Unallocated. New. File system. FAT32. Free space proceeding. Little is allowed. Create as a primary partition. And write to partition table. Okay. Now we'll pass it back in. See what it does. There we go. Okay, it was just being really difficult with this stick. Okay. So, we have written the USB stick for this soft modding, which is pretty easy. Eject, I think. Okay. Alright, so now he says to go to the hard drive boot pack. Let's have a look at that. And an ad, god damn you. I'm about to start stuffing in ad blockers. I'm usually trying to be a good boy and deal with them. To an extent, of course. Okay. Extract there. And there are two packages, FHDB and WinHIP. HIIP. Let's extract both of those. Okay. So then there's a tool called WinHIP. WinHIIP. Apparently, its job is to prepare your hard drive accordingly. So, what does the let's look at the partition table here. So we're going to refresh devices. So I managed to find a 250 or 230 gigabyte solid state drive I had kicking around from another project, so we're going to use that. I'm sure there's better things to use, but oh well. Okay, so it's got stuff on it already. Or it's got a NTFS partition on it. I can already tell you I don't need it. We're gonna, and it's probably the new partition table format anyway, so I have to change it, which means I have to nuke everything that's on there in the first place. So we're just gonna, I'm gonna double check I'm not nuking my own partition table on my computer. Okay, it's the 230. Okay, good. Alright, so we're gonna close that. Actually, no, we're not. Actually, yes, we are. Devices. Let's pass through that. Let's pass that through. That should be the hard drive. The thing that says unknown. That usually means it's a hard drive, right? When you ask what it is, it says it doesn't know. So we'll pop that out. Back. Alright, what do we get? Unless I killed the disk. That'd be annoying. Nope, that wasn't it. So that unknown device is something else, I think. I need to go get another hard drive? That'd be annoying. Oh yeah, it was a different device. I just passed through something I shouldn't have. What the hell? Fine, I'll go put a FAT32 on it or something. No, it's being detected. Okay, so stationary mouse. Instant SteelSeries AS Media. ASMT 1051. I don't think that's it. I don't think that's the hard drive. But let's double check. If I pull this, is AS Media gone? Yes, so it is AS Media. That's weird. Labeled StarTech, so this is probably just something rebranded. That's... I really shouldn't be surprised. Okay, let's pull the AS Media device in. Yeah. Okay. Actually, you know what? To hell with it. I'm gonna do that for my own safety. I have a window capture. Actually, no, I have it over here. Let me double check that. Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll put the VM here for everyone to see. Doop doop doo doo doop doo doo doo. Well, that got grumpy, but, I don't know. We'll roll with it. Okay. This is the VM. Okay, so I've passed through the hard drive already. It has no partition table, so Windows won't let us do anything with it unless we fire up the disk manager, but I don't think we want that. So, let's see. So the fella says to fire up WinHip and select the hard drive in question that we want to do this operation on. I think this like prepares it. Windows HDL image install program. Okay. Run as an administrator. Yes. Okay. Coded in 2006. Mercy, select the drive. We have a 50 gigabyte, which is the VM, and the 232, which is the one I just passed through to the VM. Okay. The selected hard drive does not have a valid PS2 master boot record, which makes sense because it doesn't even have a partition. It has a partition table, but nothing else. All right, let's see. Okay, so once it complains, the fella says you then go to the options and change it to the 48-bit hard drive loader. What else? And then he also has this on. This was off, but I don't know if that's going to be important. These are the default. Well, these are the only deviations from default, so we'll go OK. Okay. Okay. So then he says to format the drive. And he's going really fast here. Erase mode quick. HD loader 48-bit. Do the other conditions match here? Partitions. Main. Nothing. For some reason. Boot. 512. common 1024, sysconf 512, system 256, net 128. As 48-bit. Okay, so then it's going to say, hey stupid, do you want to do that? Then I say yes. I don't get why I'm twitchy. There's nothing on it, but I still. Are you certain you wish to format? Yes, I do. The format process cannot be reversed. No. There we go. The HDL settings partition has been created. Okay. Please be aware that even if you now install images, when this drive is first started up with HDL on the PS2, it will display its software license for you to accept. It is not a sign that HDL wants to format the drive. That's a different question. Okay. So it's probably warning you about, like, don't use it for piracy. You can't be a corporate. You can't use it as a corporation. That kind of stuff. Let's see. Let's see what else it wants to do. Okay, so then he says to exit. Then he says to run this. Jesus, he's going so fucking fast. Okay, so then he just says to install this tool. Okay. Then he says to launch it, which you should do, probably. License agreement. Copyright notices, proprietary restrictions from the software, transfer, rent, lease, subscribe, copy, or distribute the software without permission. Pause, permit, reverse engineer, just decompile or alter the software. Terminated, copyright ownership, eGuru. Yeah, sure, we'll go with it. Alright. So now what's this guy doing? Oh, this is just a blind disk imaging tool. Okay. So now they want... I bet you there was a disk image floating around. I get it. Okay, so... The thing is, the guy's not explaining what this actually is doing. He's just going through the steps really fast. We're gonna go to desktop, PS2. So the free hard drive booter is a disk image, and we're gonna write it in to the drive that we made all those big fancy partitions on, and a master boot record and whatnot. Okay. That's gonna be the source. Okay. So, so now the guy's like, don't overwrite the computer. Don't overwrite your own shit with this. Okay. Okay. So then... Okay. Then it's like, hey, stupid, do you want to do this? And we're going to say yes. Okay, so it sounds like the USB... I think it's something like we're going to boot on the USB stick, or we're going to boot from the one hard drive and then run what's on the stick, or maybe boot the stick and then, like, write what's on the hard drive. I don't know. I don't know, man. But basically, we did a whole bunch of prep work with a partition table and an MBR, and now we're writing this image onto that hard drive as well. And alright, so I'll just go on and do it. No, we don't need this anymore. Add some old links up for the tools to do this. So, any good movies anyone seen? Who am I kidding? I don't watch movies. I don't know why I started that line of conversation. And I'm not gonna be one of those, like, boring old men being like, that weather tonight, oh, it's cold. Let's see. It's about halfway. Getting there. It's plugging along nice. Oh, 80%. I wonder why it has to be this tool in particular. Does it, like, not... Does it take, like, strangely made images, or... Does it, like, not stomp on particular parts of, like, particular sectors when it copies? Like, I don't know. It just seems like a raw disk image to me. I don't know why it has to be this tool. Alright. And that went just fine. Okay. Now he just exits out of it. And it froze. Okay, so then he says, take the USB stick, slap it in one of the ports, take your memory card, and slap it into one of the, Why is this locked up? What the hell's going on here? It said it was done. I'm not worried. Okay, now comes the dicey part. You see, I'm doing this with spare parts I have. And here's the thing. I didn't have an IDE hard drive, so I'm using a solid state SATA. And the only IDE to SATA converter I have is this weird StarTech bidirectional converter, where you either smack the adapter on the back of an IDE hard drive and then plug the adapter into the motherboard with a cable, or you slap the adapter's IDE side into the motherboard and then use a SATA cable to go to a SATA hard drive. And the other thing is, because of how weird this thing is cramped together, my gender changer for the IDE part doesn't work. And the reason it doesn't work is because the gender changer is two IDE headers, like two IDE sockets soldered onto a PCB, which means it's basically this weird Z zigzag thing, and that weird Z zigzag thing goes the opposite direction of where it should, and you can't close it, which means I took a bit of a saw to it, and I'm deliberately putting the adapter in upside down, but I'm not an idiot, so I made sure that the other side was also upside down. I like how I'm trying to defend my idiocy, being like, I'm not an idiot, I was just equally stupid on both sides of it, and this certainly won't fry anything. I may very well kill a PlayStation 2 today, we'll see. So, now I'm just going to disconnect. I'm going to switch back. I think I can also shut down this VM as well. Actually, no, I should leave it up. I think I might need it for something else. Let's see. Anything else I needed to do? No, I think we're done. I think we're good. Okay. Now to do a little bit of finagling. Come on. There. Now I'll shut the thing down because I'm going to be fighting with the connector on the back. And IDE is not hot swap, but SATA is. So, actually, let me check the memory card. Let me check the memory card before I shut it off. There's a way to do that, isn't there? There's gotta be. Language, clock adjustment. Okay. Go back. Let's go browser. There we are, memory card. So what's on here? A lot. Anthology, Rock Band, Lego Star Wars. Okay, so I don't have any of these games. These look to be someone else's saves. Evil. Is it? Katamari Damacy. Oh, these seem like games I may want to play in the future. Is it considered? I don't know. I would think it's, you know, courtesy to clear out your card before you sell it to someone. What do I know? Your system configuration. Oh, the system configuration is saved on the card? No. Okay, so this was played 2 years ago. So isn't there just a way to nuke the whole card, or do I have to do this bit by bit? Fine, I'll do it bit by bit. Can't play any of these. Actually, let me look that up before I go down this rabbit hole. Is there a way to just wipe a PS2 card? Use the arrows on the controller to highlight and select delete. Copy and delete. Show your delete from Dave's is what I do. No, it's you have to. Ah. Okay, so I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that. Okay, so it says, doing a quick look-see here says that if you're going to do free MC boot, or if you're going to install free MC boot, which I think is something that we are doing, it lets you wipe the card completely before doing anything, so that's fine. Okay, I won't worry about it then. Okay, so in that case, I'm gonna do a graceful shutdown here. How does this gracefully shut? Probably the button on the face. Okay. System is off. No, it reset. What the hell? If I hold it. Okay, now it's off. So now I'm gonna flip the switch on the back. Alright. Moment of truth. Real gentle. It's all just flapping in the wind. And a big goofy looking flathead screws. Actually, I kind of like these because they designed it that you could open the back up with like a quarter if you like didn't have. Actually, if you really wanted to, it's also a contour for your thumbnail. You could just... I guess you really could say it's finger tight. Alright. Gotta make sure this is all nice and snug. Is that weird, like, peripheral connector doesn't look so good. Must say. Alright. So you have the hard drive in the back, USB stick in the front, and a memory card. So if I click this on, there's a good chance there's going to be a bang and smoke. Let me tell you, I did things. I also didn't mention that I cut and spliced some wiring harnesses, wiring harnesses from some dead power supplies to make this work. Like I said, I'm using this with parts I had today because these things came in today and I wasn't expecting it, so I didn't research and pre-order nice prefabricated things accordingly. Okay. Power supply is energized. I heard a relay click. I thought for a minute that was something arcing, but it's not. Alright. Okay. That was strange. Doing a sniff check. smelling for burnt. It is, it's on. It's on. Nothing seems bad. What's going on? Huh. Maybe that adapter doesn't work. This ain't fun. What else can we do about this? Do I have parts kicking around? I don't think I have any native IDE hard drives that are like for a desktop. I only have the compact ones for mobile. Some video mode just changed. I saw recapture something. Is it like actually doing the install right now and I don't know, or giving like a video feed I don't understand? Like non-standard feed? Like what's going on? Alright, let's see. Nothing there. I'm gonna do one last check on all of through my parts bin. Oh, that's for a laptop. That is for a laptop. Okay. Let's give it a restart real quick, see what is going on. Maybe it's just uppity. Oh, now the light's yellow. Okay, well... Alright, let's start it cold. Is there an LED in the back for a hard drive? No, there isn't. I saw a flash of something. I thought it was like an indicator light on the back. Okay, well... So that doesn't work, but that's okay. I had a feeling that that wasn't going to work. But no smoke was blown. We did not let out any magic blue smoke. I have a hunch it was something. With the adapter I have. Going from IDE to SATA to a solid state is probably not something a device as old as this can handle very gracefully. Plus, those splices I was using for the wiring harness were questionable to begin with. Let's check it out. Well, nothing smells blown. I think it just, Nope, smells fine. The magic blue smoke was not released. We'll just disconnect these for now, because it seems like these are a failure anyway. Alright, we'll set that there for now. I'm just going to thumb tighten the screw on here. And so that's one attempt. Unfortunately, I don't have any failover way to soft mod the PS2 for now. What we'll do is just leave it alone, let it sit. Will do, though. Double check this thing fires up afterwards. Could be just fine, but you never know. Alright, system configuration. Okay, so it forgot the day and time. And that's just for memory cards. Okay. Alright, so that seems to be okay. Nope. Let us now go to the N64 for the, excuse me. For the flashcards I made. Now, these are a little quirky, because what these are using is a Pi Pico. But as, like, a proof of concept and to keep the costs low for development, the fella who made these, what's got his name on here? Kay Beckman. Wonder what his first name is. Let me see if I can find it here. He goes by Dubious Technology. A Swedish guy. This says the front should be... Okay, so the front should be facing me, and he's labeled them front and back. So what you need to do, apparently, to keep the costs low, he's using the internal flash of the Pi Pico. Now, what that means is you can't just feed it a file. You have to basically flash the cartridge, the file you want to run on the N64. You have to flash it into this thing as firmware. So he has a converter. So I've got one I can test with here, or actually one or two games I can test with here to see if these cartridges work. Because if we do, I bought a variation of the Pi Pico that the fellow recommended, called the WiiAct RP2040. And what's special about it is, instead of having 2 megs of flash on board, it has 16. Which is going to make this, going to make it a lot easier. I'm not going to have to, like, sit there and fight and pick and choose what does and does not fit. So let's see, what does he want? So I'm just going to run a converter for a cartridge. We're going to go with something small to start. Okay, so I started with an 8 megabyte image, and his converter compressed it down to 6. This is looking promising. Okay. Copy. I want to double check this. It says zip, program the Pi, keep compress on. Okay. So this is what you're supposed to do. So his instructions imply that you have to flash this cartridge twice. You flash it once to do the, to flash it with the duty of being an N64 cartridge, so some other code to do that. And then you have to flash it a second time with the code you want the flash cartridge to run. Seems to be okay. Taking a long time to finish up. Let's see. And what I've never quite wrapped my head around is when the flashing is done, what is the Raspberry Pi 2040 supposed to do? Because it looks like it just will disconnect itself, which is great. Let's power cycle it once before starting the N64. Seems fine. Okay. Moment of truth. I am going to plunk this in. I think I got it in the slot. It's hard to tell. Yes, right on the money. Okay. Now, unfortunately, I don't know which... Actually, that's not true. I have an idea. I think it's in 6. Okay, moment of truth. I have an N64 controller here. I have the N64. It's hooked up. I'm going to hit power. We're going to see if it goes bang! I'm getting no video feed at all. Usually, if you start an N64 with no cartridge, it gives you a black screen, not no feed. Is it? It's not in 3. Actually, no, it would be in 3 or 2. Yeah, it would be in 3 or 2 because the N64 shares the same connector with the Super Nintendo. Oh. I heard something. Did I hook this up correctly? Actually, let me check with something else. Okay. So the fella who sold me this N64 gave me a cartridge out of his junk pile. He gave that to me just to test that. Excuse me. Just so I could prove, just so he could prove to me that console. Let's see, am I getting a video feed at all? Okay, so it looks like input 2. Okay. So I'm on the right input. That part's fine. Okay, so it works. So now let's double check the cartridge. I was guessing where the video input was on this switch box. And I'm on the right one now. We're gonna try it again. Need it back. Okay. Ensure to power cycle the Raspberry Pi before starting the N64. So I have to power cycle the Pico that's on the cartridge before starting it. Now, how do you do that? Am I just supposed to... I'm doing stupid shit now. And that's fine, because... that's why I'm doing these experiments. Now, let's check full screen. What is he doing? I want to see if he's feeding the Pi Pico power external to the N64. That's what I want to find out. Let's zoom into the picture he's got. Oh, wait, he's using something else. I see a cable running to the back, so I think he's doing something else here. Okay, yes, it looks like he's actually keeping it powered on. So, power this on. It's running right now. Now we'll hit the power, see what it does. Yep, that's looking better. Well, there you go. So, it looks like what you have to do Okay, so it's not blah, 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 blah. Long story short, the Pi Pico on this cartridge doesn't look to be pulling power from the N64. You have to power it external to the N64, which means you have to basically pre-power the cartridge before you start the N64 to use this, which is fine. So that's one working. That's pretty neat. I'm actually really impressed. Let's play a little bit of Dr. Mario to test it out. Let's see. One player mode? Sure. This joystick is making weird clunky sounds. I don't like it. Oh, so they want you to use the D-pad, okay. One player. Let's do... This is your chance to play against the computer. Let's do against the computer. We'll do guest. Okay, so we'll go with you, and... let's go with you, why not? Let's go with Wario. Even through the whole thing. Okay. If anybody sees something funky and I don't, give me a... point it out. Alright. I goofed that, but that works. It works anyway.
Yes.
About... here. How about... Ah, that was a goof up. I am, like... I'll tell you, I am emotionally drained this week. I don't have much of a social battery to begin with, and, oh boy, I was tested. Been going to, like, back-to-back-to-back interviews. For, well, job hunting, basically. There, I said it. Oh, I got that upside down.
Yes.
But I've basically been going from, like,
Yes.
preparing on an almost daily basis for those, to now a wedding tomorrow, which is why... Oh boy.
Here we go.
Let's do it again. So now we... Did we catch that? That was interesting. Do it again. What happened there? Why would that happen? I gotta think about it. What could cause that to happen? Memory didn't clear? Well, no, if it thought it was new... If it thought it was a new game, but the level didn't clear, then the opponent would have gotten another point, and that's not what happened. Huh. Okay, I did also partially damage this, the cartridge port, because I actually had these boards for quite a while. Actually, yeah. I ordered boards for this flash cartridge project a while back. But I actually ordered the wrong size. Like the wrong thickness, and I wasn't paying attention. I accidentally stuffed it into the cartridge port when I shouldn't have. So it might have been a cartridge, like an edge, like a cartridge problem, maybe.
Yes.
What else could it be? Actually, I want to see it happen again. Right.
Yes. Yes.
Ah, I got that upside down.
Yes.
Nah, I goofed. Okay,
Here we go.
let's see if it does it again. So if I hit continue, is it gonna drop me back in? Like, drop me back to this. We'll see. No. Then why did that happen?
Yes. Yes.
Alright.
Yes. Yes.
I was never good at this, I gotta admit.
Yes.
Alright. so if I do this... And, I got that upside down. I think I'm hooked. This is why I don't have a medical degree. Actually, to be honest, I don't think Mario does either, but...
Yes.
But it's amazing what you can learn on EDX. I might just, you know what, I'm just gonna throw it. We've proven it works, but I want to see... I want to see what that issue was. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna tilt the cartridge. Oh, that's exactly it. Cartridge was loose. Okay. That explains it. And so if I start it up now, what's it gonna do? Okay, so if I have this off, do I have to pull the Pi, re-energize it, then restart the N64? This is not easy to connect. Okay, and on. Okay, so this is an issue with... It did damage them. There we go. No, maybe. I don't know. Okay, so I did damage the cartridge connector. I just have to be careful. So if I hit reset, what does it do? Okay, so the Pi knows how to handle that. Actually, this is really impressive, because this cartridge, all in, costs about, let's see. So to get a 5-pack of boards, on promotion was about $5. The oversized Pis, like with extra flash in them, those costed around $30 for a pack of 5. And then there are 2 passive components. There's a transistor, and then there's a resistor. And those 2 pieces are like pocket change. So I'm very impressed. Okay, so that's the first cartridge. Oh, it's Nate. How are you? But is that? I hope you're doing good. Yeah, I'm trying to get as much. Well, trying to get as much time as I can in right now for the weekend, because unfortunately, I got adult shit I gotta take care of. That's one flash cartridge in. Today I'm alright, but the past few days have been kind of shit. Ah, I'm sorry. But hopefully things get better. Yeah, unfortunately I was gonna stream on, hopefully, yeah. I was actually gonna stream on Wednesday, but there was something wrong with the ingress, like Twitch ingress, and it just was not happening. No matter what I was doing, it just would not go, just would not happen. So yesterday I was troubleshooting, and by the time it cleared up, it was too late. So today is an interesting day. Because a whole bunch of gadgets came in. And some that I was making have actually built now. So I'm just here doing some tests. So we have a PlayStation 2 came in. I tried to soft mod it with the junk I have kicking around, and that didn't work. So I might have to do that on my own time. Now I have like 4 N64 flash cartridges I made, and I'm testing each of them. And then I've got a tape drive emulator for the Commodore 64. And we're going to see how that works. And then by that time, it'll be around. Alright. Let's try a larger cartridge. But like I mentioned before, I have the WiiAct RP2040 board on here instead of a standard Pi Pico. And the developer of this board said to do that because the original Raspberry Pi Pico has only 2 mega flash in it. That really hold any large amount of code for this cartridge. With the 16, it makes it better. So here's what I did. I found a cartridge that was 16 megabit, or 16 megabytes. And the internal flash on this is 16 megabytes. And the guy made this board makes you have to convert the cartridge into basically firmware for the Pi Pico, but he also compresses it. So we'll see if a 16 megabyte compressed cartridge fits on this when you use the 16 megabyte Pi Pico clone instead. Only one way to find out. I should mention my past few days have been kind of bad, partially because I had no troubleshoot. I had to just give it and install Windows because I could just not figure it out. Oh, man. And there's not a lot of user groups you can go to for help, eh? I was trying to get VR chat working in Linux. Ah. I think I've seen it done before, but I'm trying to figure out what needs to happen for that. I mean, Proton helps a lot. Actually, let me get the background music going so it's not awkwardly silent in here. Got through the first 2 issues, but the last one was just awful. What was the last one? That's the thing you don't know. Ah. Like it just wouldn't launch or connect to anywhere? It would just pop up a window with the VRChat logo with a red exclamation over it, some garbled data over the window name, and a loading bar, which once finished loading would just crash anytime you tried loading into a world. That one is tough, especially because you can't, read what the error is. I mean, that really does seem like a graphics thing. I mean, it's one of those things where it's a little bit, kind of like me dumping a bucket of water after the building burnt down. Had already burnt down, so I don't know if it helps much, but usually if you get garbled stuff like that, it's a graphics thing. Steam Proton does a pretty good job of that, but there is a fella who's having an issue with DirectX 11, but I fixed that by changing which Proton edition I was using. There is a guy at Red Hat who makes his own fork of Proton called Glorious Eggroll. And Glorious Eggroll has a... I'll put it to you like this. I think Valve will look at Glorious Eggroll's work and will sometimes, like, backport his work in. So if you're ever having a really rough time with a particular, like, game or a piece of software, Proton GE helps. Like, sorry, that's kind of like... It's a good Hail Mary, I find. This flash is taking a long time. Anything to not have windows. Fair. That's fair. Alright, is this cartridge gonna finish flashing or what? The Pi Pico's really neat. What I like about it is, if you're like... Well, actually, I was about to say if you're learning to code, but I say, like, even if you're, like, experienced with coding, the flashing these is stupid simple, which is you hold the boot button on the, like, I think part of it is also I'm using open source Intel drivers for my graphics driver. Yes. You know what? Yes. The Intel drivers for DirectX are very bad. When I was going through post-secondary, like at a technical institute, I had to switch computers partway through because in my programming classes for 3D, I couldn't do them because the Intel graphics card just would not work. It just would either come up like a white screen or come out garbled. So now that you mention it, it could very well just be the graphics card you have. And then once I get my graphics card, it should hopefully be fine. Yes, emphasis on hopefully. I'm not 100% sure of the quality of the AMD drivers for graphics cards. On the Linux side, AMD people get the upper hand. So AMD, generally speaking... Okay, so it goes like this. If you're working in a professional capacity, you should be using an NVIDIA card, but the thing is, all of the graphics shit and all of the libraries and everything you use for you use on Linux for NVIDIA are different because NVIDIA is basically tries to force their own path for like graphics libraries and graphics development on Linux in general. AMD took a different approach. Yeah, their stuff is proprietary. So it's proprietary, and they're going a little bit further than that. Like for Wayland, like moving from X11 graphics stack to Wayland. It's bad enough that NVIDIA basically has their own version of Wayland. And they're very pig-headed about it. And it's pretty bad. So AMD took a different approach, which was that they've basically opened up everything they can, like feasibly, to the public to like disseminate, or like not disseminate, but to figure out. And because of that, the open source driver for AMD is almost at parity with their closed source one. The only reason you need the closed source one is if you're doing like very, very specific work. I'm talking like physics simulations and like maybe using like video rendering systems for 3D animation in like a Hollywood studio, but otherwise you can just use the free one and you get basically all of the functions that and all the performance too. In some cases, the open source driver for the AMD cards performs better than the closed source one. So stuff you already would possibly be on Windows using their closed source driver anyway. Yeah. Alright. Now we're going to power on I. So this is cartridge 2. Alright, so I put in a... Okay, I put in a pretty big cartridge. This is now Bomberman. The second Bomberman. Here, let's do this. Well, I'm glad you like it. Other than that, technology-wise, you've been perfectly fine. Well, that's good to hear. And I'm glad you like Garuda. I'm honestly still using it too. It checks all my boxes. Normal, a park, tropical island, a mini city. You know what? Let's blow each other up at the park. Ah, no. You don't really like the, Oh, octopi, yeah.
Ready? Go!
I mean, I prefer it, but again, I think we've had that discussion before. What's the other one called? Yeah, that's right.
Ready?
What's really convenient about Octopi is it gives you a terminal you can directly control straight from it, so if you needed to, say, quickly poke at a folder before you do an install, you don't have to, like, shift away. But I like it when it's optionally advanced and not constantly. Yeah, otherwise I could see it being overwhelming, right? Well, it seems to be working well.
Go!
Is that supposed to happen? I'm not sure if that's supposed to happen. Oh, no. Okay, so that was, Oh, I get it. Alright. So now I'm gonna wiggle it. Oh, that's pretty sturdy.
Ready? Go!
Okay, so I have a marginal cartridge. I don't know what I'm gonna do with the other 3 cartridges I have, but... Oh well. Actually, I think we've proven enough that it works. There we go. Okay, so that's cartridge 2 that we've proven works. And we put on a very big cartridge. Basically is almost as large as we can fit on. Let's see. Let's see, this thing is... Wait. I don't know how that happened. This is 6. But the 16 megabyte cartridge says it's 24 on disk, and I managed to flash it in, so I don't know how that happened, and I'm not going to question it. I'm just going to say it's fine. Yeah, it's perfectly fine. I'm not looking any further into it. Oh boy, oh dear. Okay, that's cartridge 2. Alright, now the 3rd cartridge. What do I want to flash onto that? Let's see. Yeah, I think you mentioned before you had your next computer all spec'd out, didn't you? Yeah, but that's changed. I'm just gonna buy a pre-built from a company. They do it for basically the same price. You can build one. Fair, and you can get warranty for it. Even if the warranty's not fantastic, it's still better than no warranty at all. The prices are getting better, admittedly. During the, chip shortage, you were getting the best bang for your buck. It's kind of a cardinal sin of gaming computers, but you don't really care. Yeah. I don't know. There are some criticisms that are, valid, which are if your skill set is high enough, you can usually get better performance for the same dollar amount, and you can have it configured as you like. But again, if you're using the computer for work, and I mean work as in your job or education requires it, I kind of want. Oh, you fat-fingered the enter, hey? Oh, I understand. About to remove that switch in the keyboard, I swear to God. That and the apostrophe are way too close together. Oh, yeah, I see it. Anyway, you were saying about, you kind of want... I imagine you were saying you kind of want to do something. kind of want to buy something that should just work. The pre-built so they could just screw it up spectacularly, but I'll just pay through PayPal and charge back if they don't fix it. Yeah, that's fair. That kind of... Oh yeah, and that circles back to what I was talking about here too. If you were like... There's this kind of middle ground where if you have enough technical expertise, like in computing in general, you can stretch your dollar by doing it yourself and you can tune it how you like. But if you're actually like relying on it to do work, like your livelihood depends on it, people just, they go back to pre-builds because it's now a matter of liability. So as an example, a business won't build their own computers even though they could, because it's way better for them to just pay the same amount for a lower powered system with a good warranty so that they can just ring someone up and say, this doesn't work, make it work. And then they can go back to their work. And even once you start getting really big into like content creation, it kind of circles back where they go from pre-builds to building their own to then going back to either pre-builds or boutique, where like they pay a company to do the building for them. So it's not that big of a deal. You can also buy some parts used and save money that way. True. Yeah. You can buy used, you can buy refurbished. The only parts you shouldn't buy used or refurbished that do compute are the parts that do computing in your boot drive. Yeah, the boot hard drives, yeah. Refurbished hard drives are they're dicey. I find, personally, refurbished consumer grade drives I won't purchase, but I'll buy for personal use. Like, as a consumer, I will buy refurbished Enterprise because the build quality of Enterprise is higher and the standard at which they do the refurbishing is higher for an Enterprise. Well, and most consumer hard drives are cheap enough you can just buy a new one. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Is it doesn't really mean as much anymore. It's not like a hard drive large enough to do your daily computing needs costs hundreds of dollars anymore. Usually like 50. But if you're wanting like obscenely large storage, like 16 or 32 terabyte, then yes, refurbished Enterprise for personal use I think is okay. Because you, as the consumer, are subjecting that thing to like a fraction of what it was ever built to handle. My 1 terabyte Seagate Barracuda was like $40. Yeah. That's exactly it. That was probably new. Alright, so I slapped in a slightly smaller cartridge. So interestingly, that cartridge was 12 megabytes, and it compressed it down to 11. But what's strange is that the file on disk is like double that, so I don't understand how the converter works. Frankly, I'm not sure if I want to know. Huh. Did he now, or did I accidentally write this song? Oh. I don't know. restart this thing. Okay, so one thing I dislike about this flash cartridge, right off the hop, from like a design perspective, is he's using surface mount, and that in itself isn't the issue. The issue is the surface mount components are so small. I actually have one cartridge here where the surface mount part got sucked into the solder blob of the soldering iron, and I had to go frantically dig it out before it wrecked it. It was so small, like... It was like the size of a pinhead. Alright, so let's see. Right off the hop, is there anything wrong with this? Go drop in one of the known older cartridges. Okay, so that one cartridge has an issue. Why would that cartridge have an issue? Seems to be connected just fine. Solder's fine. No shorts by the looks of it. The resistor's fine. Yeah, the resistor's fine. The jumper's there. By the way, did you hear about Anthony Young from LTT is transgender? Yes, I saw Anthony Young. Who was the person who used to do their Linux stuff? I know they go by Amy now. Is that the same person? That is the same person, but she goes by Amy. But Emily and not Amy. Oh, it was Emily. Okay. For some reason I thought it was Amy. Yes, I saw a picture, because she had been gone for quite a while. Okay, so is this cartridge actually... I think I know what it is, too. I'm really not happy about it. I'm gonna do something stupid. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna do something really stupid. And I'm not even gonna... Actually, you know what, I am. Good for her, to be honest. As far as something like coming out with that has to take a lot of bravery. Yeah, especially because, you know, well, you know how gamers are. Alright, I'm gonna take a heat gun to this cartridge. And I think I can do it in a few moments. I have to do it at the top of fall because I make bad choices in life. Oh. You can't break it more than broken. Yeah, fair. So, ow. Man, who would think that taking hot air to a board would make the board hot? Yeah, so what it is, like, these components are so small, man. Like, they have text written on them, and with the largest magnifying glass I have, I still can't read the text. And the guy who made this board decided to make that the standard. So the problem is, like, you make one little oopsie and it sucks. It's not fun, but it's great for pick and place, which is, I think, the guy's plan is to make it all, if he can make it all surface mount, then you can run it through a pick and place machine and a heat gun, or you can, like, put everything down with tweezers and solder it all in one shot with, like, a hot plate. But yeah, I think for something this simple, it should have just been through hole. But what do I know? I'm an old fart. Plug that in. Spin it up. Spin up the Pi. Start the console. Wait a minute. Okay, so this one's no good. I'll have to investigate later. Maybe. Your day just got 10 times better? Oh yeah? What happened? What's made it better? ASMR has put up a video I can sleep to tonight. Well, that's great. You'll be able to rest well. Yeah, insomnia, man. Not fun. Alright, what is this? Okay, so I'm flashing this cartridge with the same data as the previous one. So if this one doesn't work, then I'm gonna try another piece of data instead. Bustin' move. $7.55 megabytes for the next paper. So I'm kind of kicking myself because with all of the like adulting things I've been doing this past few weeks, I completely missed that Summer Games Done Quick is this year. And I always like watching those, but then again, I usually had something to donate. So, it's still really cool to see. I enjoy it. I used to put it on in the background when I was doing server checks and whatnot. Made the day go faster. how long is this gonna take to flash? By the way, do you know who Hank Green is? Something tells me I do know, but I've just forgotten. Oh, that's red. Oh, that's... No, that's Tom Green. Sorry. Sorry, I know two other Greens. One's not real, one is real. No, then I don't know. He's a science YouTuber. He used to do stuff for SciShow. No, then I don't know who he is. Wow, what good stuff. What good mischief has that fella done? Oh, it's not good. He has cancer. Oh! Oh, man. That sucks. I shouldn't laugh at that, but like, oh, man. It's the worst kind of mischief. They say it's one of the most treatable kind, so it's not the worst, but definitely nowhere near the best. Alright. Been in chemo for like a month now. Well, and that's the other thing too, is people will, normally, like, public figures like that, they kind of keep it to themselves, you know? Like, they don't like to make it public knowledge. Which makes sense, because I've got, I got family members who've gone through it, and, they got enough shit to deal with as is. They don't want people, like, chasing them down, being like, oh my god, are you okay? Or, like, you know, the paparazzi chasing them over it. Alright. Alright, so it's the same payload again, so we'll see if it behaves the same, or if it's a problem with the... You had to watch your dad go through chemo, so yeah, I can see why. Yeah, you're already dedicating a lot of energy to just, like, getting through it. You don't need that other bullshit. So it's kind of like with David Bowie, too. It's not like the paparazzi follows him through Hollywood kind of famous, though. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that... It doesn't mean that people... What am I trying to get at? You may not be, like, A-list famous, but still, when something like that happens, you do get flooded with... You do get flooded with shit. It's... Okay, so this one's not working either, which means that I've managed to botch 2, or the payload's weird. Yeah, I mean, it's still not a small creator by any means, but it's a little easier. Yeah. Oh yes, David Bowie. That's who I was talking about. So David Bowie had an untreatable form of cancer, so he deliberately didn't tell anyone in the public. And... that's why he released his album when he did, because his last album was his goodbye note. Because he knew it's like, you know how that shit goes. People make a big to-do out of it. You want your last few months to yourself. Okay, so this payload didn't I've got a feeling it's the payload that I'm putting into this. Like the code to flash. And like not necessarily a problem with the cartridge. Let's try another one. Okay. Okay. Did they specify what kind of cancer it was? Together between his personal channels and his channel he does with his brother, he's a total of 5.21 million. I mean, that's pretty well known. But I'm just did he specify what type of cancer it was? Then if he said which type. Ah, no worries. All right. All right. Hodgkin's lymphoma. Okay, yeah, if it's... So that's a cancer of the lymph nodes, right? Yes. Oh, okay. Oh, then yeah, lymph nodes are... The lymph nodes are generally accessible, so they're easy to work on. Like, easy to get to, I should say. So he's rather... As... Relatively speaking, he's lucky that it's that type of cancer. So now I flashed in something else. In terms of cancer in general, awful. Yes. I have witnessed it. Not fun. Okay. Power the cartridge for a few seconds. And start the... Okay. It was the payload I was using. There's only one controller. You would like to play as two-player. Use the controller pack and controller 1 needs to create a... This is okay, press start. Anyways. That's fine. Go on, right in there, I don't care. My dad has a kind of lymphoma. Just one that's not easy to cure, though he did get through it. Well, good shit, good on him. it has gotten, like, treatment has gotten a lot better too in the past decade. Okay, so that's, so cartridge 4 I thought was dead too. Chronic lymphocytic leukemia. Oh, it's leukemia. This is not appropriate for the subject matter we're talking about, but I'm not. Many a blood bone marrow cancer, though. Yeah. So blood cancer, which is rough. Alright, let's see.
Choose your car.
This seems to be running okay.
Ready? Set, go.
I should really fix this controller that the guy sold me. This joystick is not good. But I guess in terms of blood cancer, he got lucky because it's much more curable than other kinds of leukemia. That's fair, that's fair. In my case, I gotta be careful, because I think cancer runs in my family a bit. Luckily for, like, my grandfather, the doctor went, yeah, you got cancer, but you're old, so by the time it becomes a problem, you'll be dead. So he went for beer. That's always the best news. The best news to get at a cancer diagnosis. The bad news is you have cancer. The good news is you don't have to care. I think I just killed that trucker. All right, so cartridge 404 works. Holy shit. I didn't think my hands were that good at soldering something so goddamn tiny. Oh, I know. I know. I shouldn't be balancing these on the PS2, but I don't know. I don't know better because I make bad life choices. That's why I'm here. So when you say you're getting a pre-build, is it you're saving up for it, right? You're not actually ordering it right away? I can't remember what we discussed. Man, I can't saving up for it. Alright. Alright, let's try Bust a Move. For the last cartridge. And then we'll go on to the tape emulator. Currently have a whole $30. Wow. I shouldn't laugh at that, but I giggle because I've been there. I actually remember one time looking at, I think it was like a bottle of honey. I remember quite vividly standing in a line holding a bottle of honey, doing the math in my head because all I had to my name was $14. That was rough. Yeah, I am in constant fear of not having money. It's rough. Not fun. Okay, let's get the hold music back. Now including savings, you have $37.50. Ooh, $37.50. I mean, that's not so terrible. At least it's not in negatives. I mean, if you're also like really hurting right now for computing power, getting a video card might be a good first step. Oh no, wait, you said you're buying a pre-built. Never mind. How much was the pre-built going for that you were looking at? $1,400 to $1,500. That's actually very good. That's very good. Alright. They had ones up to $14,000. Okay, well the ones for $14,000 are for like simulating rockets in space that aren't Kerbal Space Program. Or government or stuff that you're getting government funding to do your compute work. And here's the interesting part. When it comes to Enterprise, some of like the workstations that are RTX 4090, multiple 8 terabytes SSDs, stupid setup, yeah. And the other thing that PC manufacturers will do is their really high-end like CAD boxes are also their entry-level small business servers. Because they're architecturally they're so similar, and like the amount of load they have to be under and how important the data is that needs to be like redundant is okay. So cartridge 3 still is being uppity. So oh, you can still get servers that are a tower. They don't have to go into a rack. Actually, a lot of small businesses don't have a rack, so they put them on towers on a shelf instead of putting them in a rack form factor. so we're gonna do something. We'll use a cartridge. We'll use a cartridge image I know works. And if that doesn't work, then this cartridge is dead. I'm not paying hundreds of dollars for stamped sheet metal. Oh, you'll find something in liquidation. They get super cheap too, because nobody wants to carry them anywhere. Actually, IKEA lac is a perfect end table, and like home lab people and hackers love them. The reason they love them is the width of the legs is exactly the width of a server rack. So if you buy 2 IKEA lacs, you can like 3D print, or you can like go to the hardware store with like bolts and some of those like 2-way screws where it's like a screw on both sides, and fasten them together and make a server rack for like $50. Let's try a cartridge I know works. Yeah, this is the one where I mangled a resistor. Obviously not the greatest being made out of wood, but for around 50 you can't really beat it. And your requirements for a server rack are vastly different than an Enterprise, right? Because in an Enterprise, they put battery banks on the bottom, they put networking on the top, and they put servers in the center. And they're 7 feet tall. But for like a home lab, it's usually 2 computers, the UPS, usually not even a UPS, and sometimes even networking is external too. So like the amount of weight you're subjecting it to is also a lot less. Okay. Okay, so this is a known good payload. Okay, so this cartridge is dead. Do I have a 100k ohm resistor? I might be able to clutch a fix right now. Why did he choose Circus Founders? Something. I bought a whole box of resistors. Just trying to find them. I consolidated. Okay, so now I gotta look for brown, black, black, orange. Alright, let's search for brown, black, black, orange in my collection of registers. Why did I consolidate the boxes? Why must I make such bad life choices? You know, oh, brown, black, black, orange. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's a 5 band. So it's supposed to be black. Okay, brown, black, black, brown. Sorry, brown, black, black, yellow. Because it's got 5 bands. You know, I understand why in like the 40s you had to do this. But it's such a pain in the ass. You couldn't write on something this small back then, and then they're like, ah, fuck it, we'll keep the standard. They only changed it when they changed the technology for resistors. And I'm talking like not even the through-hole, the mounting technology. Brown, black, black, red. No. Jeez. Come on. Brown, black, black, red. Where's yellow? Was that yellow? Like, I can't even tell the colors on here. Oh, that was brown, black, black, brown. Not brown, black, black, red. Okay. Brown. This is what's stupid about 5-band. They're like, oh yeah, you can... You can't tell which direction is which, because they're like, oh yeah, we keyed it, because one band is really far away. Unless it's 5 or 6 band, in which case we just packed it really close together. How do you figure it out? I don't know. Brown, black, black. Oh, this must be it. I think that's yellow, but I can't tell because of the... Nope. 2 orders of magnitude off. You know what? The hell with it. I don't think I want to worry about that right now. It's just, I have to solder together another cartridge anyway. So. Because the paint on these, it's really hard to determine what's what, and it's just, it's rough. Alright, so we're at 2 hours 51 minutes, and a lot of that was me looking for resistors. So I'd like to get up and stretch and move around, and then we'll fire up the Commodore 64 and try the tape drive emulator. Once we have that, then that'll kind of wrap it up for tonight. But, yeah. Sure to get up and stretch and move around so you don't get blood clots in your legs, because those things are bad. Alright. Be back in a few minutes. Alright. It's time to do some shuffling here. I have too many cups and glasses and junk and gadgets and junk that I turned into gadgets and gadgets that I've reduced to junk, and oh my god. I am being a very naughty boy this week. I have been having beer nearly nightly, like one or two. The Doom 1993 OST still slaps 30 years later. It's amazing what a good composer can do, hey? Now, what was really neat is because of how the sound cards worked back in the day, 3 different people would hear 3 different versions of the same song. Okay. So, to conclude, to recap what we've done so far, this PS2, it starts and it runs. The attempt to soft mod it didn't work because the hard drive, I think, doesn't boot. Although, to be frank, a lot of his work was copied from bands like AC/DC and Pantera. I mean, influenced, yes, but I don't think he lifted any, like, song, you know. But still, you're right. Alright. Now, I think this is going to be on input 6. Alright. Let's look at me having to exhibit pain when I stand. Put this in. Alright. I mean, one of his main parts of the original OST is the exact same as the main riff from DRI's Hooked, besides one note. You know, it's kind of interesting seeing, like, video games and music and how it progressed. Because originally, they would just put something in to not have it dead silent. So they do, like, public domain, or they would just, like, up and just lift a song and just play it. And that's gotten people in trouble before. Let me see, what else is there for tapes? So I have tape archive. Oh, that's a good one, actually. Before we fire up the Commodore, I want to copy this tape over. If it's got on it what I think it does, then this will be worth it. This will be worth waiting a few extra moments. Alright. It has been a very long time since I fired up this Commodore. We may see some very interesting behaviors. watched a really good video explaining the music of Doom going from 1993 all the way up to Doom Eternal. Though by far the best composer Doom has ever had and probably ever will is Mick Gordon by far. Is Mick Gordon the latest fella they brought in, or? Well, you say was, so probably not the latest they had in. Actually, no, the latest they had in said that he's not doing work for them again because they screwed him over. Latest, and he got fired. Oh, and I saw that whole dossier too. Like, oh boy, they were bad to him. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed. Like Uncle Henry's disappointed, kind of disappointed. Not. Oh, that was creepy. Don't call me that. I'm never calling myself that again. Yeah, like, did the music for Doom 2016 and Eternal. Alright, moment of truth. This Commodore 64 has been sitting... Oh, God, I don't know. I regret... the moment it came out of my mouth, I regretted it. It sounded so creepy. So we're gonna fire up the power supply first. We're gonna fire up the Commodore second. This thing is terrifying every time I have to fire it up. Okay, make sure the switch isn't shorting on anything. I have an external switch for switching between PAL and NTSC. Alright. Hot. The only people who call me uncle and then my name are my actual nephews and nieces. That's for a good reason. Yeah. Like, I was trying to what I was actually trying to relay is the disappointment, like a parental figure trying to hide that they're angry at what happened, disappointed. But I realized that information I was trying to relay would not actually... Yeah, like, your dad isn't mad, he's just disappointed. Yeah, that's what I was trying to relay. Okay, so... the Commodore is on. The tape emulator is on, so it's getting power. So either parts of the Commodore are acting up again, like you didn't get him the right socket for his torque wrench, or like your dad caught you smoking in the back alley beside the 7-Eleven when you were supposed to be in study hall. Well, not study hall, when you were supposed to be studying with your friend or something. Okay, so it's not input 6. Is it input 5? Oh, that's good. Yes. Oh my god, and it didn't implode. Holy shit. It actually is running. But yes, now that you bring that up, I used to get ragged on all the time for not figuring out wrench sizes correctly. Or if I would have been much different reactions to that situation then. He ripped a new one if he found me doing that. I meant people with functional families, Nate, not ours. Actually, that was mean. That was mean, I'm sorry. E64. I mean, you aren't wrong. Yeah, I know, but family definitely isn't functional. I guess. I'm being abnormally punchy now, and I'm starting to. I don't even know why. It's certainly not beer, because I haven't really had any yet. Also, I get philosophical when I'm drunk. I don't get punchy. Always, it takes a lot to actually hurt my feelings. Fair. And, I don't catch on to boundaries too far, so someone actually has to... If I can't see it on their face, they have to actually tell me, hey, that hurt. Alright. Select mode. Like, oh, fuck, where's the manual? I say manual, but the guy just hastily printed this out at, like, the public light. No, he printed it out on a toner printer of his own. And I can tell it's his own because he didn't maintain the rollers because there's streaks of toner all over it. Play next left to right is play next previous and stop. You think with the 3D printed case he put on there, he could have embossed that, but... Still, it's put together well. I'm just being a nitpicky asshole. Place SD card, tape file. Okay. Navigate to the tape file you wish to load. Okay. Select mode play. We're gonna switch to recorded. Here's what we'll do. We're gonna use this one. My only 2 weak sauce and insulting is sexuality and being a furry, and I'm getting better with people insulting me for being a furry. As long as you don't insult those two things, I'm very unlikely to say something jokingly that actually hurts. Very unlikely to say something joking that actually... That's fair. See? Clear, healthy boundaries. And now it is up to me as a functional human being to respect those boundaries. Alright. So now I have to just type load. Press play on tape. Okay, so now the tape emulator is active. I'm pretty confident it's not going to scream. I'm going to turn the Flint audio down. And an insult with intent to harm. You know, I'm kind of bummed out. I was expecting to hear the tape noise when it was loading. 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 Is it? Sir. It's like it's working. But here's the thing, is this Commodore 64 is marginal. I'm amazed it actually hasn't shit the bed yet. Because usually it does. Yeah, there's also a clear difference between an insult that's a joke and an insult with the intent to harm. You're absolutely right. And also gauging the person, too. Because, like, I'd like to... the best way I'd say I could describe myself is amicable, but, jaded and sarcastic. And it manifests in weird ways. Like accidentally, like, poking at things that shouldn't be poked at. Wow. Oh, no, it is actually still loading. 48. With me, it's fine, though, just so you know. Good to know. Good to know. Right now, my only criticism with this tape drive emulator is I can't hear the tape. And I know that's messed up, but I would really like to hear the tape. With my people I know and actually care about the way I tell, by saying the meanest shit possible to them, if they are fine with it, of course. So, like... Well, and that's the thing is... I'm trying to remember the comedian who said it. But you know your friends when you're able to turn to the person you're with and go like, "Sir, you are a fucking idiot." Mm-hmm. This apparently is still loading, I think. I don't know. I don't know because I can't hear it. But the tape emulator says it's still transmitting. That 91% loaded, by the way. And this is sped up. Apparently this tape emulator is able to, like, transmit data faster than traditional, like... than traditional tape. So... we'll see in a moment. Loading 100 complete. Rewinding. Unless it just locked up. Okay, so let's do this. We're gonna shut it down, and we're gonna switch the mode to America Land. Fire back up. All right, we're in America Land now. Play. America. Press play on tape. You know, maybe I need to get a different type of... Okay, if this does... Oh my god, so this isn't working. Probably the most third world, first world country imaginable. Yeah, it's rough. Where's break? The highest GDP in the world. Right? And it's one of those things where you'd think with the highest GDP in the world like that, the people who made the highest GDP could get a little bit more accommodation. This isn't looking so good, but I've got a stinking hunch it has to do with my Commodore 64 being marginal. You would think. I mean, we all know what it is, but I mean, I'm preaching to the choir. It is transmitting faster, though. I really, really wanted to play Auf Wiedersehen Monty. Maybe I got the wrong version of the tape. The best thing is that the political ecosystem is either you think it's marginally shit, pretty shit, or completely shit. Alright, we're at 75%. Okay, so the tape emulator seems to be okay, but I've got a stinking hunch it's the Commodore that's got the problem. My only grievance is, like I mentioned before, you can't hear the tape. But here's the thing, is there is an entire, like, subset of entertainment around loading games from tape for microcomputers like this, because the really, really good programmers would do things in the tape loading procedure to entertain. So, like, here's a good one. There is a game called what is it called? Ill Bleed? No, not Ill Bleed. Let me pull it up here. Nightbreed. So, the programmers for Nightbreed, what was it again? Nightbreed. The programmers for Nightbreed deliberately coded the tape just so, or like the loading procedure, not loading procedure. The code to load the tape was done just so that they could slip sound clips in, or like kind of multiplex it in such a way that the data would still load, but as it's playing, you're hearing people screaming. But you can't hear that on the tape. All right, so stop listening halfway through because ADD and I saw a cute video. Fair. That's fair. Try Ghostbusters. Maybe the tape just doesn't load. Well, the short version is, because loading data from tape took so long, good programmers used to slide things into the tape loading procedure to keep you entertained. So sometimes they would make a mini game that would load first, and you could play that while the rest of the tape loads. Or I was talking about Nightbreed, where they coded it in such a way that they could they could play sound clips of people screaming while the tape was loading. So you'd freak the fuck out as it was loading. oh shit, I actually need... Sounds like something programmers would do when they get bored. Yeah, and it's kind of a necessity. Because, the actual... The systems to load... Not the systems. The technology of loading data through an audio cassette is, like, inherently so slow. Like, I think someone did the numbers. The first Metal Gear Solids, like, the initial landing menu for Metal Gear Solid for the PlayStation, like the very first one they ever did, if it was done through traditional tape loading from 8-bit microcomputers, it would take 1 year to load. Roughly a year. So, like, it does take a long time. Like, I hit play, I think, 2 minutes ago. It's at 66% loading, and this tape drive emulator is supposed to be... Like, this is supposed to do a fast load. Well, compared to a year, I guess it is fast. Yeah. And stop watching the video I found. I don't blame you. It's cute. It's probably more stimulating. I'm just sitting here auto-replaying. That's okay. Oh yeah, that "Are you still here" thing. Yeah. Alright, let's switch to Europe. Fire it up. Let's try loading it now. What, the looping video of something really cute? I'm not complaining that it's working. right. Let's double check what's going on. Do something foolish. All good. You do what you need to. What do you mean out of data? Alright, a package coming today. I gotta go to the mailbox. All good. Uh-oh. Trying to corrupt. Hmm. Alright. Let's try this again. There's got to be at least one tape image that works. If not, then this Commodore has something else going on with it, and I just... It could be... Oh, I don't want it to be, but it might very well be so. It could be a marginal CIA chip. And I don't want it to be a marginal CIA chip, because there is no drop-in replacements for CIA chips yet. But that's a half-truth. There is. L-O-A-D. Enter. Play on tape. Alright, let's see if this actually loads now. He's back! Welcome back. We're trying to... I'm trying one last thing here to see if it works. So I have an entire bank of packages indeed in the mailbox. Good shit. What'd you... Anything good? That doesn't look so good. I don't think it's gonna load. Don't say what it is. I'm being a nosy bastard again. Just disregard that. I'll say it has something to do with that collar I said I owned. Fair enough. We'll leave it there. Yeah, we should have gotten weird colors and stripes by now. So one of the other ways that folks who wrote for the Commodore 64 used to speed up tape loading, thought they picked the worst way they could have. Fair. Like, I've seen that. I've had things that were relatively important and fragile, like sent in a fucking bubble envelope. It was bad. I've got a hunch this Commodore is just being a lemon. At least it isn't fragile. Good. Good. Yeah, one of the quick and dirty ways people who wrote like games for the Commodore on cassette, on like audio tapes, used to like speed up loading, is they'd make the Commodore use its video RAM as an additional just RAM. Because it is RAM. It's just, it happens to be RAM that the video chip looks at to display shit on screen, but you could just pile data in there. It looks like shit. It'll just look like a garbled mess, but it'll look that way. There's the plastic window thing. They put the plastic in between the cardboard packaging. Ah. Get your knife. %50 loaded. Alright, 55%. Okay, if this doesn't work, then I'm gonna write this off as a problem with Commodore, not a problem with the tape player. It shouldn't be this difficult. It's saying here... Program, try another tape file, see if your tape file may need to be patched for NTSC or PAL. Yeah. And he's back. Alright, 68% it says. Alright, 75% loaded the tape. I'm really expecting it to have, like, done some kind of graphical stuff by now, but guess not. Well, while this is loading, I can go look up new CIA chips on eBay. $40. $40 for a CIA chip. Oh, and that's not even including shipping. God damn. That's brutal. 50 bucks. 50 bucks a chip. Christ, they want more for the CIA chips than it cost for the whole Commodore when I bought it. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay, well... that didn't work out. That's fine. I'll pop that out. I'll keep this for later. And the main reason I bought the tape drive emulator is there are some pieces of software for the Commodore that were only stored on tape, and the only known copies are on tape. So that's what the whole point of this was. So I know it can load tapes, it's just it's not loading them. So Commodore is acting up, then it's probably that. But that doesn't mean that we can't at least play something to wrap up the day. Oh. Me working. Oh, bump the microphone. I'm just bonking everything here, Jesus. There we go. Alright. Oh, I accidentally made that full screen. I didn't want that. Alright. Games. Select. Let's wrap it up with what I was trying to load the whole time. Load. Star. Comma 8, comma 1. Oh, it's load quote. That's what it is. Quote star 8, comma 1. There we go. There we go. It's loading just fine now. Oh god, it's flying everywhere. Oh no. How's it working? Marginal. So, I can't load a tape. And I know this thing is marginal. And what's gonna probably happen is that in a, oh yeah, and also, hi Sunfall, how are you? But to answer your question, yes. I was testing the tape drive emulator I bought. Does not load a thing. But, this thing has some marginal issues. This is the Commodore that has a delaminating board. So it's amazing it runs at all. So, I troubleshot for a while. I think it's either the board delaminating has something to do with it, or one of the CIA chips is marginal. So, I just said for the last 15-ish minutes or so, I was gonna play some Auf Wiedersehen Monty. Yeah, it's indeed surprising it works at all. It doesn't want to die, and I don't want it to. So we're gonna transfer all the components to a board, to a new board later. By we, I mean me, because I have that weird quirk of saying we to things that aren't me. Space to play. That sound is horrific. Oh shoot, I'm sorry. I have the wrong... Sorry, I have the wrong region loaded. Let me switch. Alright. Let me try that again. What? That shouldn't have worked. What did I do? Okay, so some background. I have God, what's his name? I have Retro Recipes Vic2 switcher. So I'm supposed to shut the machine. Just here for a second before bed. Good luck. Have a good night, Sunfall. You win. Thanks for singing bye. And you rest well, yeah. There's some background. I have this that's it, Parafractic's Vic2 switcher. So I have a toggle switch that switches between NTSC and PAL. So what I did is I turned the Commodore off and I switched to PAL and I turned it back on. And it just picked up and ran. So all the content that was in RAM was still there. It's probably deteriorated and it's gonna conk out spectacularly, but I wasn't expecting that. Okay. Damn it. I don't know why that worked. I don't understand. And jump. Oh yeah. Me doing that left some corrupted memory somewhere. Absolutely. But I'm rolling with it, because that was kind of cool. To this day, I still don't fully understand how to play this game. Air. What does air do? Air for breathing. Shoop. Alright, what is this? What do we have? Okay, so the whole point of this... Your new favorite animal. What's your new favorite animal? Anomalocaris. Abnormal shrimp, a marine predator that lived during the Cambrian period 500 million years ago. Alright, what's over here? 1.25 feet long and is classified as the Earth's first super predator. How do I get out of here? Oh, there we go. And he's dead. No, he's fine. Okay, I'm not touching the controller. Maybe it is the CIA chip. Ancient animals are the only part of biology that interests me, specifically ancient marine animals. The land animals are boring. Okay, so switching the mode on the controller doesn't help. Yeah, maybe the CIA chip is... one of the CIA chips is failing in here. Oh, I'm sorry. So, in the Commodore 64 and the Amiga, there are two chips, and they're functionally identical. Sorry, at the silicon level, they're identical, and they are the I/O chips. So, depending on what socket you put them in changes how they behave. So, one handles, like, tape and drive control, the other handles user input, but they are the same chip with the same silicon. So I keep muttering about the CIA chip because I'm in my head trying to figure out why, when I'm not touching the controller, Monty here starts, like, jumping and running around. And the only thing I can think of is one of the two CIA chips has failed. And that's the one that costs, like, $50 for a replacement, which I don't want to deal with. Let me check that, though. C64. It says here, the cassette port, normally the cassette would be attached to this port. Transport became less important. Nowadays, it's used for data communication with other systems. A serial interface is also possible to connect real-time clocks, special keyboards, digitizers to record speech. Okay. Does the CIA chip touch it? We disconnected CIA 1. Okay, so the first CIA chip controls that. The Central Intelligence Agency chip. I forget why they call it the CIA chip. Let me double check that. Complex Interface Adapter. Also finds Central Intelligence Agency chip. Yep, the CIA was... They were in on it, man. They made all the chips, man. Well, considering it was the best-selling computer of all time, it would have been the best thing to use, the best machine to do a supply chain attack on. Why am I not colliding with it anyway? At least away from the US. The NSA chip. You always found it odd that the CIA only did operations outside the US. Well, it's kind of like what was supposed to happen with, like, MI5 in the UK, which was that... Actually, you know what? No. I'm at a point now where I don't care that we'll talk about Margaret Thatcher. So, when you do spying, the point is you're trying to spy on other nations trying to attack your people. So why would you spy on your own people? So a lot of countries have laws in place about spying on your own people. Because the point is, or the idea is, you're spying in order to protect countries from hurting your people. So, spying on your people isn't a good thing to do. Well, I'm not doing a good job explaining this. Let me try again. So the point of spying is to see if countries are plotting things against your people, not for you to what am I trying to say? Uh-oh. Okay, third time's the charm. The point of spying is to identify if external parties are planning to do something to hurt your people. If you're looking internally at your people, then it's usually a tool of oppression, not a tool of protection. So a lot of countries have rules and laws in place specifically for preventing the government from corrupting to the point where it would do spying on its people. Or if there was a need to spy on its people, it needs to be a very legitimate reason. And so you need special task forces, and those task forces are limited on who they can share information with and why they need to do the things they do. So that's kind of why there are like two departments. Canada has something similar. Granted, the terms are different. Oh, well, the reason I never understood is because the NSA, I believe, has the powers to do what they do that, so I don't see why they made two separate agencies. Well, this is what Edward Snowden revealed, was that, yes, the NSA's job is to investigate internally. Like, their job is with the interior. The CIA is with the exterior. Why the NSA got in so much shit is because they were spying on external agencies, which they weren't allowed to do. If I understand it correctly. But what do I know? I mean, Canada has something similar. So in the case of Canada, we have CSIS. Okay, their names have changed and I forget what they are now. But CSIS and CSEC. So CSIS is responsible for the exterior, and CSEC is responsible for the interior. So CSIS will go, like, spy on external, like, go spy on like, plant spies in Russia and find out, like, if somebody's gonna, if there's, like, a terrorist attack gonna be plotted. But CSEC, their job is to see if there's, say, a domestic terrorist group trying to plot something. Ooh, I'm hearing some lightning outside. That was a pretty vicious bang. You know, the SID chip's running pretty well. Also, so's the graphics chip. There's pretty bad rain here a few hours ago. What the hell are you doing sending me all this bad rain for? Actually, no, we should probably get that. I take that back. We actually need it here. We had some very bad fires a week and change back. I was at work when they were happening. There was pretty thick smoke in the air. Man, like, I'm not very asthmatic, and I was having a rough go. I could only imagine what it's like having asthma with this shit going down. Oh, what is that? Hey, a secret passage. Holy shit. A strong urge to do today that's very specific. Pure, and that is throw pure sodium into bottles of water. You want to see if the explosion's enough to detonate the bottle? Oh, into bodies of water. Yeah, I misread that, sorry. Yeah, maybe you can do it like when people seal a bottle with Mentos and Coca-Cola. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just poking around in here. Pretty weak frag grenades, but still. Well, you're doing it for fun, not to hurt. Yeah, the ones that can kill you are the funner ones. No comment. Do you not experience the male urge to be in as much danger as you can without dying? How do I put this? I've been through a lot. I've had my fill. I've had my fill. And interestingly, it was not military service. Basically what it was is I did farm work with a very reckless guardian. What I see most often military service just makes that urge larger, if anything. It's true. Well, I shouldn't say it's true, because I don't really... Actually, that's not true. I do know somebody who's worked military, and, well, yeah, it's... How do I put it? It's familiar. It's familiar, and it becomes basically an element of fun. It's like, what else do you do for fun when you're out in God knows where? Did I tell you the time I nearly collapsed my lungs trying to start a fire? I live in the middle of nowhere, 45 minutes from even a moderately sized city. What else can I do for fun? Yeah, right? Like, what can you? Oh, so you do not tell me that story. Okay, so here's how it went. I was tasked with finding a, okay. So my task was relatively simple-ish. I was given a pile of flora. I was told I had to burn it. No ifs, ands, or buts. Had to happen by end of day. This flora was all fresh. So it's not a matter of putting it in a pile and burning it, because one, they gave me no resources to burn, like to start the fire. The flora they told me to burn is what they said I had to use to burn. Use gasoline. Gasoline wasn't effective enough. I used a gasoline diesel mix. Yeah, I had to go worse. It was a gasoline diesel mix. And that was the first time Okay, so afterwards, I took the time to assess the play-by-play, but it basically worked like this. No matter how many times I doused with gas and lit, it wouldn't desiccate. It wouldn't desiccate the flora enough to burn it. So what I had to do was I went, okay, this is stupid. I'm running out of time. I'm gonna cause an inferno, and that inferno should be enough to desiccate the flora enough to burn. And it did. But I realized that it would be foolish if I dumped 1 jerry can of gasoline and 1 jerry can of diesel into this like incineration pit. And so I went, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a trail, like a fuse, because they didn't give me a fuse. They gave me fuel, they gave me flora, and they gave me a pit. So I made the fuse out of fuel, and I took a stick, and I dunked it in some gasoline, and that was my match. So I lit the stick, I touched it to the trail of gasoline, and it went bump, 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 all the way down the grass to the pit. And then it went puff. And I went, oh, well that works. And then it went kaboom. And I can give you a play-by-play because my life flashed before my eyes a little bit, but these kind of explosions don't just radiate outwards. They go inwards first. So the fuel combusted and some intense vacuum occurred, and like all the trees surrounding this pit like bent inwards, and then it went and pushed out. So I'm laying on the ground, and then according to witnesses, I got flown several feet back. And, my, of all people, my mother comes in. She walks in from the house and goes, "Henry, honey, are you okay?" Yeah, I'm okay. I'm fine. Henry, honey, you nearly sucked all the windows out of the house. I'm fine, Ma. Henry, honey, come on in. Come inside. We're having spaghetti tonight. I like spaghetti. I didn't understand how explosives work. No. Oh. I knew how they worked. However, I didn't understand, they go boom. They don't go poof, they go boom. Yes, what I didn't understand, though, and this was my folly, is I know diesel burns like canola oil because diesel fuel is built to be very similar to peanut oil because the first diesel engines were built to run on peanut oil. And peanut oil does not go boom. It burns almost like wood. It's very slow. The reason it goes boom is because you're basically using it in a very strange way. You're compressing it very hard. Yeah, it takes more pressure. Yes, that's it. So it'll light. Yeah, it lights like wood unless you compress the piss out of it. What I thought was, young foolish me, that's why diesel engines have higher compression, that's right. So what didn't click for me was, I thought if I mixed gasoline and diesel that they would incorporate. That's not what happened. What I got was 2 stages of fire. One was the initial kaboom, and then one was the slow burn of the diesel. And well, long story short, I burnt that Flora. Nope, the gasoline lit first, compressed the diesel, then the diesel went. Yep. So it worked though. I did burn that fresh wet Flora. It did work. But that's how I learned explosions suck in first, then blow out. Flora was burned. You're lucky you didn't die from the shockwave. Good day all around. I don't know how big it went, but I was about to call it a mushroom cloud, but cloud implies cloud, not flame. I made a mush... Well, how big were the jerry cans? They were... 4 gallon? I think they're 4 gallon? Let me... And I'm trying to do this in freedom units for you. And I'm doing it in comparison to my moonshining. I don't moonshine anymore, by the way. Sorry, 2 gallon. 2 gallon. 2 gallons of gasoline. 2 gallons. 2 gallons of diesel. Ish. It's small 2 gallon jerry cans, like meant for small engines. You absolutely would have died. And I would have deserved it. Two gallons of both is more believable that you live. And that would make more sense too, because I think it said 4 liters on it. So 4 liters is a gallon. So, no, what I mean is it was 2 gallons, but a gallon is 4 liters, is what I mean to say. Okay, so you had 1 gallon of both, adding up to total of 2? No, I had 2. It was 2 2-gallon jerry cans. They weren't completely full either. But yes, it's not at a point where... Yeah, it's not at a point where it would be fatal. I also was very far away. You said they were 4 liters, though. That's only 0.2 liters above 1 gallon. Did I? Christ. I'd honestly believe more that... I want to believe I'm stupid enough that it was a total of 2 gallons. Let's go with that. But to my understanding, it was, It's not the tall cans. It's like the more square jerry cans, which I think are... I think those are... No, 4 liters is... Yeah, how many are those? It's the small ones for lawnmowers and shit. We had one for diesel and one for gasoline. Those are 2 gallons. Well, shit. Okay, then it was a total of 2 gallons of diesel, 2 gallons of gas. Thankfully, though, they weren't completely full. So it might have been 6 liters, so like 1.5 gallons each, maybe. Christ, I'm getting... I'm reliving very funny bad memories. Point is, he did stupid shit and almost won a very stupid prize. Yes, now I just have a very funny story. Hey, monsieur. I too can appreciate an explosion. I've made them before. I don't know what I'm doing in this game anymore. You experience part of why atomic bombs are so destructive. That's the interesting part, right? It's not the radiation. It's the concussive blast, isn't it? Not only do they instantly create a giant shockwave, but afterwards they breathe in because of the mushroom cloud sucks in literally thousands of liters of air a second. Oh, dang. Oh, we're getting into your wheelhouse now, eh? Absolutely are in my wheelhouse now. I'm a science nerd through and through. You'll be in the Council of Furries pretty soon. Technology is your side nerd. And that's a very healthy side nerd to have, not gonna lie, because the things you learn as on your side nerd shit will apply to your main nerd shit. Well, 2 pints in and... Holy shit, we're 30 minutes over. Ah, whatever. There's not gonna be much on the weekend, so... So fuck it, why not? Let's go a little bit longer, Let's go a little bit longer. Piece of tech advice. If you're gonna get into science, as much as I hate it, learn Python. Shut it down. And we're gonna let it sit for a few seconds. But yeah, that's why. Thermal energy doesn't kill you, it's the shockwave doesn't kill you, it's the sucking in air that will absolutely kill you. Yeah, like, I felt... What I didn't feel was that I didn't feel the concussive blast. I didn't feel that. I didn't feel the fire. What I felt was like someone sucked air out of my lungs. And they're like, And everyone around me is like, oh, it can cut it must have just knocked the wind out of you. He's like, no, I felt like somebody reached into my chest and pulled the air out. At least if you're within 50 to 100 miles of ground zero, depending on the bomb. Let's see what other games I've got. Oh, right, this doesn't function until the Commodore's on. How is it doing this? I don't understand. At least if you're within 50 to 100 miles of ground zero, depending on the bomb. Outside of that, your issue is radioactive fallout. Well, shit, did we just witness? Alright, let's pop the top off this Commodore. We'll start doing some light engineer tapping. Well, not so fun fact, cesium-137 is the worst part of the Chernobyl nuclear disaster. Really? That regulator's hot. I mean, it should be hot. It's got a heatsink on. Oh, the VIC chips are hot. But they should be hot. That's why I put heatsinks on. Shared, ironically, with nuclear fallout from atomic bombs. What the hell is going on with this thing? So it has a relatively average half-life of 30 years. I mean, so you could basically, well, what? You could start rebuilding in 30 years? No? Oh, okay. Shows how much I know. Half-life is how long it takes for it to lose half of its radioactivity. Oh, right, so posing at a few hundred years. Right, because I guess... Okay, I could understand that. Because that doesn't necessarily... Half-life doesn't necessarily mean how radioactive it was in the first place. Because if it's like a million times more radioactive than what's survivable, a half-life doesn't mean much in 30 years. But if it was like just barely fatal at that dose, a half-life of 30 years could mean in 30 years you could go there again. Okay, I get it. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I think the Commodore just croaked. Or more likely it needs to cool down and it'll start behaving again, because that's how this thing behaves. It is not estimated the Chernobyl exclusion zone will be livable by humans. Probably will not be livable by humans until the year 22,000. Well, I was gonna play other games on this C64, but I think it just shit the bed on me. This happens a lot, actually. I don't know. Yeah, I was thinking like midweek. Maybe I damaged it. I don't know. You're supposed to shut it down, you can switch its state, and you can start it back up. While you can enter the exclusion zone for a few hours and receive only moderate doses of radiation, living there long-term could eventually run into active radiation sickness and eventually a very early death. Wasn't there dogs that were showing, like, signs of rapid evolution near Chernobyl? Just because the radiation was causing mutations far more rapidly than what would occur during reproduction. Same reason why there were trees in certain areas with blood red leaves. I mean, it's really macabre, but it is kind of cool, isn't it? One of the places I'm definitely visiting one day is Pripyat and the Chernobyl. You want to see the elephant's foot? Do they let people in to see that? I know Kyle Hill got to go in there and see that. No, he didn't. Ah, okay. That foot in that room. What else is burning here? What's acting up here? The regulator's fine, so it's not a switch issue. Bet you a chip just croaked. Maybe... You know what, probably? The elephant's foot puts out 100 gen per hour. A lethal dose in 5 minutes. Oh, shit. Well, shit. You did get to go inside the reactor control room and stuff, but nobody is allowed to enter the room that holds the elephant's foot. Only a few people ever have. And I imagine those people are dead. So I seriously doubt there's a way to protect yourself from that amount of dose of radiation with the technology we have. All of them, I believe, yes. Well, unfortunately, the idea of getting more games in, I mean, unless you can lug around a suit of armor that's probably 2 feet thick and made entirely out of lead. Well, like, and you can't even, I imagine you can't take cameras and digital cameras and whatnot in there because, well, those fail very quickly. So I thought, I was like, well, you can make a little lead tank. But that doesn't really do much because all of the electronics would fail. Yeah, they also need to be incredibly shielded. But we only have one image of it. Well, 2. The third person got sick before they could... Have you ever seen those pictures? I think I saw one. And it's like very grainy, and then it's very grainy because like ionizing radiation was striking the film, I think. Did I send both? See which one it is? Sure, why not? Okay, so there's one. I didn't see that. Ooh. So I think it was the second one I've seen, but I'm having a hard time making sense of the first one. Why is there a ghost image of a person with a weird, like, plasma around them? And that's the original. Like, my first thought is somebody took a picture with traditional film and that the other person was screwing around while it was going, maybe? I don't know. Well, I think that about does it for me, because we're getting to around. There's probably a mixture of semi-amateur photography mixed with intense lighting and the nature of film being very delicate. Yes, because it is just silver and gelatin, to be honest, back in the day. Anywho, I think it's time to pack it in, because I have to go. I have to do, like... I have to go attend a wedding, be social, and that's a lot of energy. I do not want to stand where he stood, though. I wouldn't either. Now that I'm seeing it, the elephant's foot I thought was like where the reactor actually melted down into a puddle. Or rather, it melted into an elephant's foot. So, yeah, that's what it is. That's what that is. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be there. Nevertheless, it's time for me to get get on going because I have to attend a wedding tomorrow. Solid mixtures of lead, graphite, uranium, steel, and concrete. How'd they turn the concrete to metal? Oh no! Oh yes. Oh yes, indeed. So, they didn't. It's just how hot the nuclear meltdown was that it melted concrete. Damn, son. Huh. I think it's time for me to go. I gotta be social tomorrow. I gotta try and uphold conversations, and I have a social battery. I'll put it to you like this: my social battery is jealous of watches for their batteries. So I gotta start packing shit in. Plus everything I wanted to go. Plus I wanted to go a little bit longer, but the Commodore 64 just died. So I mean, like, not a lot I can do. Yeah, it's toast. I gotta troubleshoot it later. Gotta love technology shitting itself at the worst times. Okay, the Commodore 64 is notorious for, Here, let me just switch over to the closing screen for a minute. The Commodore 64 is notorious for being like... fans call it quirky. I call it unstable and unreliable. But the main reason they're so prevalent and so, like, so commonly used for, like, almost 30 years is because there's so many of them and it's so well documented, and generally speaking, they're very easy to fix. So... that's something that I'm gonna have to deal with. And And Michisu is here to say hi, and I'm sorry to say, but we're actually packing it in right away, so... fortunately, we'll have to chat a little bit later. But, yeah, I think we got a lot done today. I mean, it wasn't a resounding success. Out of all of the gadgets I got, only one of them actually worked, and that was partly, which was I made those 4 flash cartridges, and 3 out of the 4 work. PlayStation 2, we couldn't soft mod it today, and the Commodore 64, I have the tape drive emulator, won't load tapes, like any of them, reliably at all. And, well, now the Commodore 64 just croaked. So, hopefully, the thing that went marginal just failed, which is going to make this a lot easier for me to deal with in the future. But, because I have that new motherboard for it, I still want to move everything over to it eventually. I don't know when I'm going to do that. I don't want to say maybe next week, because I know I'm not going to do it next week. Anywho. It is, I think. Yeah. Lovely indeed. I think it's time for me to go. Now, what should we do? We don't have a... yeah. You know, I won't worry about a raid tonight. I think it's basically... Nate, I think it's you and me and Michisu too. And hi, Michisu, and we'll... you want to chat more? We'll chat after Mitch, and... yeah. I'm really dragging my heels on wrapping it up, so I'm just gonna do it now. So... to everybody, I'm not going to tell you what to do, so I'm not going to tell you to stay out of trouble, but All I ask is that if you do get in trouble, you make sure it's the good kind of trouble. And you all stay safe out there, and we'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye for now.